Welcome to the GunChallenge.com lobby chat.
To the lobby! Everyone go to the lobby! To the lobby! Everyone go to the lobby. Click on the link for the lobby. Everyone go to the lobby. Oh, awesome. And talk to famous Smeggy. See, so if you were watching Hit or Miss and you were like, man, I wish I could talk to those people. They're so famous. You can just join the lobby. You can talk to me. I'm famous. And the Senators just scored. It's 2-1. Woot woot. I just don't like Pittsburgh. It's not even that I really like the Senators as much as I don't like Pittsburgh. Oh man. But it's still 18 minutes left in the third, so anything could happen. So, you guys want to hear me sing more ICP? I heard that was a big hit. Everyone was very happy. Like I said, it's been so long. I don't even know if I kind of remember it, but I need to hear the music and then I can remember the words better. Yes, I am famous. Super famous. Very humble also, you know. I'm actually kind of sleepy. I didn't get much sleep last night. Maybe I'll just go to bed. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. It's dumb. I actually have two eyes made out of zip ties and two arms made out of zip ties, to be accurate. That's not coal or sticks. I just had a couple little black zip ties, so I cut the little the the part you put the zip tie in, I cut that piece off, and those were the eyes, and then the piece that was left over, I stuck in for the arms. But let me ask you this about this life we live, and let me try to swerve some of this attention you give to them distant ass relatives over ham dinner. If they really loved you so much, why don't they just call or something? If you wasn't blood, would you still have love? Or in fact, does the blood make you think you have to love? I probably love my family more than anybody here, but my homies is family too. Third cousins, get out of here. Who was you with when you got tattooed? And who was you tripping with when you did the mushrooms? And who the fuck threw up all over your car and then felt worse than you about that shit in the morning? Who loaned you money, homie? Who owes you cash? Who taught you how to use the bong for the grass? I don't know much, but I gotta assume when you hit your first neddin', your homies was in the other room. So I'm talking about homies. Talking about those, was it road dogs of mine or those dogs of mine? Talking about those dogs of mine. Yeah, motherfucking homies. We throw up Southwest signs. Oh man, kind of lost the beat in my head. I had it going for a minute. Oh, we throw up clown love signs. That's what it is, not Southwest signs. Homies, talking about road dogs of mine. Yeah, motherfucking homies. We throw up clown love signs. Have you ever had a job that you truly despise? Like, I don't know, maybe dishwashing or fucking flipping fries. And you got this boss who think you the Don Mega because he's the chief chili fry maker, something like that. Chief chili fry maker. I forget what it was. So all you can is envision yourself beating them down while your homies are holding you back while you're kicking his head around, something like that. I kind of forget the second verse a little bit. Yeah, whatever. I don't remember the rest of that song. Oh, I thought that went in, man. Something about chili cheese fries? Yeah, probably. Trying to remember more chicken hunting. I used to know some of that song, but all I could think of was the chorus. Who's going chicken hunting? We's going chicken hunting. Who's going chicken hunting? We's going chicken hunting. Cut a motherfucker chicken down. Let me get a chicken sandwich with man, which that I don't know. I don't remember that one. I know there's something about a drop top tractor or something. I don't know. Flipping switches in a some tractor, something. I don't know. Oh, that because it'd be blood, guts, fingers and toes. Blood, guts, fingers and toes. That's part of it too. Yeah, my memory is only like 2 seconds at a time. Tractors are cool. My dad's got a tractor. It's a Ford. It's pretty cool. It's got a bucket in the front. It's got a rear PTO, and we got a snow thrower for it. We got a lawnmower, and then we just got like a back blade. So I made my range with up north with. I just kind of dragged the bucket and just scraped off like the surface part of the ground and then just dumped it. And I just kept doing that till I built up a big berm. And I dragged a couple trees over in front to kind of help the dirt from like not settling out. So that kind of holds it back. And then I put a couple posts in, and then we cut down these other little trees. And I just kind of like load those logs up. And as they get shot out, I just like put a new one on top, and it like drops down. And that also kind of holds the dirt back. That's pretty cool. I gotta keep working on it though. I gotta make it bigger. I started making it bigger in April, but I was up there with my friends, and it had rained the night before, so sand was real soft. And I got a couple scoops in, and I started like kind of digging a rut, and I almost got the damn thing stuck, and it was digging down. I was like, all I could think of was like, for one, my dad's gonna be pissed if I get his fucking tractor stuck. Like I can't leave it outside or nothing. So I had to get it out. And then for two, it was like in the way of the fucking shooting range. So that would have like ruined my day and not being able to go shooting. So I ended up kind of walking it out with the bucket. You know how you kind of like roll forward, dig down, and then as you're going backwards, you like roll the bucket forward, and it kind of like lifts the tractor up a little bit and pushes it back. So I was able to kind of walk it out and rock back and forth a little bit. And anyways, I got out, and that was fine. And then I just parked it off to the side. I was like, yep, I'm done messing with that for the day. I'm not great with the tractor. I'm still getting the feel of like the bucket and stuff, but I mean, I know enough to be dangerous. So my dad does a real good job. Like he did some work on it for me a little bit. Like after I did the whole like the main thing built up and everything, and then he kind of came by and like smoothed the dirt all out and like skimmed some off the top and filled in the ruts and all that stuff. He's real good at like he's just got the feel for it. So I either always like dig in too far or like not enough, and then I try and overcompensate. So then what happens is like I'll be whatever. I'll either like lift the bucket up or put it down, like depending on what I'm trying to do. And then like that adds like a little like hump in the dirt. So then as the tractor's going over that hump, it like doesn't dig in because you're going uphill, and then as you're going downhill, it like digs in way too much. So now there's like two little hills in a row. And then when you go over those, it makes the other ones bigger, and then you dig into a third one. It's like after a while, you end up making all these fucking moguls. So then you got to kind of come back, and actually going backwards works out. You just kind of drag the bucket, and you knock all the dirt from the high side down into the low sides, and then it's kind of all flattened out. Oh man, 2-on-2, but one of the guy doesn't have a stick, so it's kind of like a 2-on-1. He circled back around. Not going nowhere. Oh, they didn't clear. Oh shit. Yeah, they cleared now. But anyway, so it's that kind of stuff. Like if you have the feel for it, you can know like as you're going uphill, you start like just moving the bucket down a little bit, and then as you start going downhill, you lift the bucket up like at the same rate. So the bucket itself ends up being the same elevation, even though the tractor is moving up and down. So then you end up like not making the rut worse. Yeah, the washboard effect, exactly. So, but everything up there is sand, and sand's pretty easy to push around and like smooth out. And that's what I've noticed too, is like I've left it where it's kind of been messed up before, and by the next time I go up because of the rain, like the rain makes the sand all settle out anyways. So like all of the hills and ruts and shit that I made are gone by the time I go up there again. So it just kind of fixes itself. And that's just the part like that's the part of the range that we shoot from. So it really like who cares if there's little hills or bumps in there because you're just like standing there shooting. So but I want to make the berm bigger. I want to make it a little wider. And then I'd like to put some walls, like some sides on it so it's a U shape. And then set up like a few different targets and maybe get some like barrels or something and do some type of like shooting competition up there. Like make it the size of like one bay. Gordon Bombay. Yeah, big gunner's on. That's probably why no one's in here. It's not because they don't want to talk to me. It's because they're watching Big Gunner. That makes me feel better. Am I caught up to live TV already? Yeah, I am. Okay. I hate commercials. Try a rock rake in the back? I don't know what a rock rake is. I have a back blade for it. It's just it's normally not on there because we normally have the lawnmower attached to it. So I can smooth it out with the back blade. That actually works pretty easy. Pink Panther dropping the link. Oh man. All right. Well, I'll be sitting here, but I think I'm gonna mute so I can listen to Big Gunner and we don't get like double feedback.
I'm here now. How's it going, Smeggy?
It's going pretty good. I was just about to start watching Big Gunner, but
Yeah. I don't know if anybody's seen this in the news yet, but I would like to mention that the Philippines has just declared martial law in the southern part of the country because of insurgents that have declared loyalty to ISIS.
oh my.
They've started taking over cities in the southern part of the Philippines in the name of ISIS. It's great. Not at all. Sucks. And apparently, the Philippines government was playing it off, saying it was just local insurgents at first. but people from the Philippines have been taking pictures because every single vehicle they see out there have black flags on them.
That doesn't mean that they're not local
Well, they are local, but the issue
still
is
local insurgents. That's the thing with ISIS. It's the same way they can claim all these bombings and stuff, is that they're only like kind of a group. So when people that like, they don't tell the people what to do, they just say, hey, go like do bad stuff. And then when the people do bad stuff, they go, we did this because of ISIS. So then they take credit for it. But it doesn't mean, it's not like when a country like has plans, okay, today you're going to do this and we're going to do that, blah, 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 whatever. It's just, it's very loosely organized in that aspect. So the people in the Philippines got it in their own head that we're going to go do this stuff and we're going to, say we're part of ISIS or whatever.
It's terrorist groups in the Philippines, not particularly the people in the Philippines.
Well, those people terrorist groups are people. Like they're made up of groups of people.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I don't believe anybody who would behead or hurt another person in the name of a religion or whatnot is a person. I don't think that they're qualified to be called a person, because they throw everything, they throw all common sense, they throw all what it is to be an actual person out the window when they go and take another life.
I guess it's semantics of what you're calling a person. I understand what you're saying. They're certainly not a decent person, but I would more categorize
they cease to be a person and they become a monster.
Oh, I think calling them a monster almost gives them too much power. They're just shitty people.
No, actually, you think it's giving them power, but the issue is, it's easier to kill a monster than it is a person.
They probably bleed the same. But I mean, I understand your sentiment. Like I understand what you mean. But again, those are just what you use the words for or whatever.
Question: do you know if they still hang people in the Middle East?
I don't have any idea.
Because honestly, for all these terrorists, I think we're going about it the wrong way. Because I think we should publicly hang them or something with. Right next to a side of beef or ham or something.
I don't know why it'd be beef, but
okay, ham.
That's always creepy.
Have them hanging right next to a whole ham.
Oh crap! I hope he fucking fell in behind this couch. I just smacked a spider, but I don't know where he went. So I hope I got him and he just like fell down. Because he was crawling on the wall like right next to where I put the remote. Ugh. Now I'm going to get all like... Ugh.
It's just, I just saw this in the news and I figured I'd mention it just right out there because this is, while it was a big thing when they started doing it in the Middle East, but now that they've started attacking people elsewhere, and they've got groups that are doing stuff in their name in other countries, and it's getting traction, it's not good.
Right.
It shouldn't be gaining traction when they're losing ground in the Middle East.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, we talk about it on all sorts of stuff. There's just some people's brains work differently than others. And sometimes, like, I can understand some people's point of view. Like, I disagree with it. Even, like, liberals and stuff. Like, I disagree with them. But I can at least, on some topics, like, I can see what they're thinking. It's
I
like...
can't.
Well, you need to broaden your horizon. I mean, and again, not on all topics. In fact, most of the time on like anti-gun stuff, it's like I don't even see where they're coming from. But even on that, sometimes it's like I get what they're trying to do. Like I understand their thought process, I understand their logic, and it might even be that their logic is sound, but they're feeding in bad data that they're, it's like, well, like any logical argument or whatever, you set up some premises and like, if this, then that, and if this, therefore that, and blah, 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 whatever. And like, as long as the logic is sound, they didn't do any type of fallacy, then it's only a matter of, is like the first statement you said true or not? And it'd be something like, if more gun laws reduce crime, therefore, or I guess not if, so they would say, like, gun laws reduce crime, therefore we need more gun laws to reduce crime. The logic is actually sound because, if, A causes B, we want more B, we need more A. Like, that's solid logic. The problem is the initial statement that gun laws reduce crime. That's a faulty statement. That's not correct.
Yeah, I'm going to own up to this. Clay just went and said, after I posted that link, saying, fuck those flips. And I'm going to say this right now. That's offensive as all hell. I don't even go that far. And Clay, you shouldn't be saying that on gun channels or anywhere. That'll get your ass beat. So, yeah, I'm owning up to it. I deleted that message. I chose to delete that one because I found that one pretty offensive.
And then you chose to say it out loud. So that, like, completely defeats the purpose.
Well, I have to justify it because the issue, otherwise, I get yelled at for not doing the right thing. If he wants to say it again, fine, he can say it again. But if I don't delete somebody else.
I'm just saying, if it was bad, you shouldn't have said it out loud is all. And just typed in and be like, hey, that was offensive.
So, and I know Night Strike, but you're doing double standard because you're the one always is ragging on knives. I rag on knives because it's funny, not because I'm. I don't do it because I hate the Mexican people. I don't care. The Mexican people are fine. So it's just.
All right, you don't gotta get all defensive about it, but.
Well, I don't want to do any. I don't do anything unjustified. Is what I'm trying to get at. So, anyways, I get where you're coming from on the whole thing where you try and you kind of understand where they're coming from, but I don't. There is no way I can understand where any politician is coming from, where they're trying to take the right of the people, even the rights that they have themselves, away from themselves and other people. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you willingly give up a right? I would never give up a right.
Let me put it to you this way, and again, I'm going to use a false statement, but like, if pretend you actually believe this, giving up your right to vote. Let's say it would be like, if you give up your right to vote, then unicorns will give you $1 million and everyone will be happy or something. Like, if you truly believe that, then you'd fight against people voting. So you'd be like, what the hell? You're not allowing the unicorns to give us $1 million. Like, we'd all be happy. So that's what they think. And so to them, it's a trade-off that's worth it because they truly think if we get rid of guns, criminals will go away. And maybe there are some politicians that are underhanded and stuff, but I guess I'm speaking more of like the useful idiot type people, the people that are just their logic is sound. It's just that I keep saying statements, but it's a different word. Their assertions are wrong. The assertion that less guns equal less crime, that's wrong.
I don't know. That
that's
just
the part
like,
you have to fight.
I'm not going to say it's hopeless, but it seems like it's helpless optimism, because honestly, there is no way in hell getting rid of all those rights, or say in this particular instance, getting rid of all guns is going to make criminals not be criminals.
And I agree with you. And that's the part we have to fight.
There's no possible way in any situation in the United States of that ever happening. Period. Exclamation mark.
Right. Well, that's because guns are not a driving factor of crime. Other stuff's a driving factor of crime. Society,
Poverty.
joblessness, yeah, poverty, like whatever, all that kind of stuff is the major driving. The major cause of crime is lots of people living in a small area, normally low income, but even just having a lot of people near each other, like the crimes go up. And that's why if you look at like crimes per like county, you know, you'll see the little dots popping up like this is where all this stuff happens. I mean, you can even narrow it down to like specific blocks in specific cities, like where 80% of Chicago's crime happens in like 10% of its square area. You know what I mean? Like most of it happens in one little area or a couple little areas. So that's the stuff you have to target. That's where you have to fix. And the problem is it's a complicated problem. There's no silver bullet. There's no one answer. You have to do multiple things. And that's hard. And people want to just do the easy route. I mean, that's why there's 10,000 million fucking get skinny tricks, you know, whatever. If it's a food you eat or a gizmo that you wrap rubber bands around your face or whatever the hell it is, like whatever it is, there's so many of those. And that's because people want a quick fix. And they do the same thing in society. Oh, this person was shot with a gun. If he didn't have a gun, he'd still be alive. Like, no, that's not true. But that's what they think. So that's where I'm saying that I can at least, that's where I'm getting all the way back to circling around. I can at least see how they think. I disagree with it. And there's some faulty like assertions being entered into the logic equation. But the logic equation itself does work. Like it's not faulty. It's just you put in bad data. But these other people, like the terrorist people, I don't even understand how their brain works. Like I don't even get their logic. Like this person disagrees with me, therefore they should die. Like that just doesn't compute at all in my head. It doesn't make sense.
Right.
Can we get back to making fun of knives? That's why I jumped in.
You came to rescue Knives? Well, he was being mean to me, so I'm all about making fun of Knives now.
No, I generally like Knives. I feel bad for him that he lives in California, but he apparently he mentioned that he owed money to people, so he can't leave California at the moment. So I just hope he hasn't gotten in with loan sharks or whatnot, because I hear that Mexican mafia, it's a bitch to pay them back.
Probably in deep with the Yakuza.
No, he's Mexican, not Japanese.
Yeah, but it'd be funny if he was in the deep with the Yakuza, because then it's like, oh, it's a Mexican, but he's in debt with the Asians.
No, it would be funnier if it was the Triad. Because that's the Chinese. Yeah, the Japanese mafia is called the Yakuza. The Chinese mafia is called the Triad.
I'm surprised they could have a mafia, considering they're a communist country. I think it could crack down pretty hard.
We see they had them before they were communist, and they stayed. They didn't leave the country after the whole communist revolution. They just had to figure out how to work the system.
Wait, so which one's the Japanese one again?
The Japanese is the Yakuza.
Okay, so then it's got to be the Yakuza, because he's a Ninja Turtle.
Ooh. So apparently,
maybe it's the foot, dude.
Yeah, it might be the foot. I was gonna say, Knives took out a loan from the foot, and he can't leave California until he pays him back.
Yeah. He racked up a bunch of debt playing video games at Shredder's headquarters, and now he owes them. I remember thinking that was like the coolest place when I was a kid. Like, other than the crime part, like the people like rollerblading on the walls and they're playing video games and pool and shit.
Oh, you mean from like the movie?
Yeah. Like I so bad I wanted to like hang out at Shredder's headquarters.
Yeah, they taught you martial arts there too.
Well, I didn't really care about that, but like I did care about playing video games and rollerblading. So I thought, like, I always wanted that in my area. I always wanted like a youth center or like a place that all the kids went.
What, they didn't have a Y?
they did, but it wasn't like that. It wasn't like a place to hang out. The Y is where you go to like play basketball or something.
No, the Y is supposed to be where it's supposed to be for the youth.
Yeah, but that's where I played all. Like I said, I played all like youth sports through there, basketball and baseball, and I don't know, I played a year of soccer and stuff. But like, actually, the soccer wasn't through the Y. That was through like a travel league.
Yeah, but
our team was really good. It had nothing to do with me though.
But the Y was originally started to be like what you just said. But I guess
know, but the Y
they're not
has
doing
fucking arcade games and shit. And
well, no, they're not going to do that. But
and that's what I wanted, and that's I've seen in other stuff like like the youth center, and it was normally you'd see some movie and it'd be like an inner city, like people trying to help the kids, and so they'd be at the youth center, and then one of them would get into drugs, and then the cool teacher would come and get him out of trouble and whatever. Like, I always wanted a place like that to go to, but I never had it. But I was lucky that I grew up on a street with like 12 kids plus or minus a couple years of my age. Like, I was right in the middle of the group of kids. So pretty much you go outside every day, you look left, don't see anyone. You look right, oh, they're down there playing hockey. All right, grab your stuff, go down there. Or you look left, oh, they're playing basketball. All right, go run down there. It's like there were always kids out doing something. And if not, you start knocking on doors and find something to do. So I had stuff to keep me entertained, but I just always thought it'd be cool to have like a youth center to go hang out at. And I thought it should have been modeled against like the Foot headquarters.
Night Strike, what'd you say to Clay? Clay seems pretty upset about you.
You know what? I'm pretty upset because my great-grandfather was Filipino, and he said, fuck those Filipinos.
Oh, about the martial law?
Yeah, he said that. I find that more offensive and racist than, what I normally say.
Yeah. Clay's hard to read. Sometimes he's just trolling, and sometimes he's actually mad, so I don't know.
I think he's just got, the broom up his ass a little too tight this evening.
Yeah, he's saying you're a racist. Is this true? Or is this a CNN anonymous leak?
This is a CNN anonymous leak. It's fake news. It's fake news.
Anonymous leak came from a turtle-sized ninja who's in debt with the Yakuzas, who likes chocolate.
If only. But
what was that thing that Mr. Knives was talking about? Did he post it in here recently?
I mean,
He posted it.
Philippines has their problems. That's how they're going to deal with it. So be it.
They've got martial law declared, and they're going to try and get rid of those insurgents. And I really hope they do, because honestly, any terrorist that declares allegiance for ISIS is not a good thing.
Well, any
terrorism
terrorist
is bad and
any terrorist is bad in general, but I would say ISIS is the worst.
Like, who was a good terrorist? Like Michael Collins?
I don't think you would call him a terrorist. But
well, they made a movie about him. He must have done something right.
Michael Collins.
He's some IRA guy. Like before
that's the
IRA.
The IRA was, that's the thing. The IRA weren't terrorists. They were trying to fight off British persecution against the Catholics.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they still blew shit up and stuff. Like, that's pretty terroristic.
The joke is they were actually terrorists. I'm just trying to cover their ass with the whole Catholic thing, because that's what they always went and said. They were for to keep Ireland Catholic instead of Protestant, because they don't support the Queen or something. They were all for an independent Ireland or something like that. But they haven't been active since like the 70s. I think they either all got arrested or blown up or
Was it about
got too old.
Ireland independence, or I thought it was like almost like a civil war between the two?
That's
So
what I
it
thought
was still like Irish people against other Irish people. It was just Protestant versus Catholic. But I could be wrong. I don't.
Yeah, it's the
know about it.
Irish Republican Army is what they call themselves.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. I don't think that they were fighting England. I think they were fighting the other Irish people that happened to be Protestant.
Yeah, I think that's who killed Collins was other Irish guys.
They were also for Irish independence from England. So it wasn't one side or the other. It was the whole.
Oh.
It was all.
Like I said, I don't know about all that kind of stuff. My
They haven't been active
world
since
history
like
knowledge is pretty
the
low.
70s or something,
I know world history from like a long time ago because that's more interesting to me.
or 60s or something. I think it's 70s. So
Yeah, looks like the Cavaliers are one game away.
what sport?
Basketball.
I don't care.
Yeah, I usually don't give two flips about it. My roommate was watching it though.
I mean, if it was one of Smeggy's play the teams, then yeah, sure.
Oh, you mean like the Red Wings? Even though that's a hockey team.
we don't talk about the Red Wings.
We can talk about the Red Wings. They'll be back in next year. They just took a little break.
Little break, they'll be back.
I mean, hell, their minor league team is one game away to go into the finals.
Apparently, this is a picture of one of the cars over there in the Philippines right now. You see the ISIS flag there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to see when the Red Wings played the Hurricanes. Me and one of my friends went. She's a huge Red Wings fan. She was like, I've never been alive where they've never made it to the playoffs.
And say me just about. I mean, I was alive when they weren't making, but I wasn't like paying attention enough. So basically, in all like my oldest hockey memory was from when the Wings were in the finals against the New Jersey Devils and they ended up getting swept. But that's like my earliest hockey memory was in they were in the fucking finals. And then they ended up going on to then they lost to Colorado and then they won back-to-back Stanley Cups in that 97 and 98 or no 96 and 97. Yeah, they were in the finals in 94. They lost the conference finals in 95, and then they won the cup in 96, and then they won the cup again in 97. And then they won again in 02, and then again in, what was that, 06? Is that the last cup we won? Because that was the year where we went to the finals against the Penguins, and we won. And the next year we went to the finals against the Penguins, and we lost. And then the year after that, Chicago won.
Goddamn Blackhawks.
Because Hossa was on the losing team 2 years in a row. He was on the Penguins and we beat them. And then he came over to our team and they beat us. And then he went over to Chicago and then Chicago won. So he finally got his cup. But he took a pay cut to come over to the Wings from the Penguins. But he thought there'd be a better chance of winning the cup again. Which we almost did. We almost repeated twice in a row against the Penguins. Red Wings aren't broken. They're just beat up a bit. That's the thing. Like, I mean, other teams will be like, oh, man, we're in rebuilding year. And they'll fucking just be shitty for 5 or 6 years in a row. And I don't see the Wings doing that. Yeah, the Wings have not been good the past couple years. And obviously this year they were pretty bad. It didn't help that Howard got hurt and Mrazek did not play to the level he played last year. But I don't know. Like when Howard was playing, he was still good. He had one of the best like save percentages and stuff. He just only played a third of the season. And we need a defenseman. We've never fully recovered from Lindstrom retiring. That was the biggest thing. It's like we knew he was leaving at some point, and we didn't have any backups. And then, it's not good when Ericsson's your second best defenseman on the team. Like, that dude's not a very good defenseman. And Cronwall's old now. I mean, he is not the same Cronwall he used to be, and he's our best defenseman. But he's not a guy you can build a fucking team defense around.
Grant says maybe next year.
I think so. We'll be in the playoffs next year, I think, for sure. And like I said, our minor league team is about to win they're about to go to the finals, but I think they might win the whole thing down there too. So it showed like we do still have the talent in the system, so we can call up a couple of those people next year, and then there'll be a couple more people right behind them. So like we got some good young talent coming up the next couple of years. But if we all we need is one good free agent or one good trade this summer of an actual top defenseman. We put that piece in, and we'll be doing pretty damn good. I mean, we still need like some forwards and shit, but our biggest problem is defense. And I wouldn't mind seeing a better goalie. Howard's just too hit or miss, and so is Mrazek. Like Mrazek, he came out of nowhere 2 years ago and took the starting job from Howard. He just fucking did awesome. And then this year, fuck, dude, he had like an 88% save percentage or something. It's like, holy shit, dude. It sucks.
Hockey channels. See, scared Night Strike off.
Yeah.
Or he's like getting a plane ticket to go fight Clay.
Yeah. Well, that's why the teams in the South never have any fucking fans, because people like Night Strike. They're like, man, hockey's dumb. I don't understand it.
I try to get into it. It's when I'll watch a game when I catch it on TV. But yeah, Northerners, they love their hockey.
Now, there are some Southern teams that like Nashville, they're actually doing pretty good. It's the first time they've ever been in the finals. And, I mean, their fans are doing pretty good. So.
Yeah, every time I go to a Hurricanes game, it's always whatever team we're playing against. I swear they have more people there than Hurricanes fans.
The thing that pissed me off about Nashville, although I was rooting for them to get to the finals, and Ottawa Penguins are going to a Game 7. They just won Game 6, so it's tied up 3-3. So, and I kind of want Ottawa to get into the finals because I hate the Penguins. But once that happens, like let's say it's Ottawa versus Nashville, I don't know who I want to root for.
Did the Penguins win last year or the year before that? I can't remember who won last year.
I think they might have.
Yeah, I think it might have been the Penguins. Because I remember seeing a lot of, anti-Penguins stuff on my Facebook feed. I feel like they're the New England of the hockey world. Like, everyone hates them except people that live in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, pretty much. I think Chicago's really like that, especially because Chicago's won like 3 cups in
they've been winning a lot lately.
7 years or something. Like that's
good old Chicago. It's a shame they can't figure out their gang problem like they can winning Stanley Cups. Maybe that should be their outreach. The NHL should do like a outreach to the poor neighborhoods and be like, just because you're poor doesn't mean you can't play hockey.
Unfortunately, it kind of does. I mean, you're right. It doesn't mean you can't, but hockey is definitely one of the most expensive sports to play because you got to buy all the stuff, and then you normally have to pay for ice time to practice and stuff. So, like, yeah, hockey is a very expensive sport to play. But if they like gave them all the stuff and gave free ice time and things, like there's nothing that says you can't play hockey. It's hard to get all the equipment and stuff.
Yeah, it's actually
hockey is one of the few things where like you get all your own shit.
Yeah.
You know, like football. I was thinking of like equipment wise. Like football's got a lot of equipment, but almost always, I mean, they probably the parents have to pay for some of it or whatever. But like, you know, when you think of like a high school football team or something, they just have a shit ton of pads and helmets and whatever. Like they just give you some. Whereas hockey, it's pretty much like, hey, go buy all your shit, and then we'll let you play.
Yeah, I was watching a hockey game. I can't remember what team it was, but they were like showing some of the players, and I was like, holy shit, it's a black guy playing hockey. I didn't think that was a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
Now who's the racist?
Well, they just excel at other sports. Nothing racist about that.
He's probably French-Canadian.
Yeah, could have been.
Well, yeah, if you're talking about who the hell's that guy? Subar or something or other?
Yeah, Bob can claim that one.
Subban. That's what it is. So it's hyphenated. It's like something Subban. I can't think of it right off the top of my head right now.
It's hyphenated. Oh my. Watch out for those hyphenated names, people.
So have y'all got your Wild West cards yet?
Nah.
Yep.
I'll order them later.
I'll probably do it tomorrow.
Probably Friday for me. If it's still going Friday.
It's going for the next month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely like the idea. I wish he would do something like obscure ammo cards or something like that. I think that'd be kind of neat.
It'd be neat, but the problem is like the whole name of the game is buying a shit ton of decks all at once.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem. You need that capital to be able to print up however many, fucking thousands and thousands of decks at a time.
And at this point, he's also mentioning that he can't get them sourced from an American company because,
it's too expensive.
It's too expensive. So.
Well, don't say that. He can if he reaches the stretch goal.
Yeah, 20K.
Yeah.
So if like some big YouTube
got it for the
channels out there
AK card,
listening,
so it can happen. And I think this has way more reach than the AK cards.
he should
I
totally
think there'll be plenty of people that want them.
start emailing like Uberti or something because they make a lot of those guns, just modern reproductions. It'd be nice if like they could get some manufacturer like they did with the AK cards with K-Bar and Arsenal, so they could get made here.
Hell, even just getting gun shops involved. I mean, he's got that level where they can, you buy like the bulk pack. It'll get their own little like display box thing. You put up on the counter. It's got artwork and stuff on it, and then fucking 100 decks of cards. Like that's totally doable. So get just some gun stores that are like, yeah, we'll do that. And then hopefully it gets high enough they can get a whole bunch of them, and then they'll have a bunch of extra stock, and then they can reorder when they go through all those.
Yeah, I definitely like the hike. I'm not a big card person, but I definitely like the idea. I think I got 3 or 4 of the AK ones. just laying around.
Got quiet fast.
Chirp, chirp goes crickets. I don't really have anything going on talking wise. Like I ain't bought any guns, right? Lately. I did sell one the other day.
What'd you sell?
AR-15.
Do you still have an AR-15?
Yeah, I got 2 more. So I'll probably keep those.
Well, don't worry, you'll either buy or build another one.
Yeah, I eventually want to start building them. I don't think I have all the tools I would need right now to like completely build one. Like if I just bought the upper completed, then I probably could.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Because yeah, I can take it apart, but the issue is, right now I don't have a vise, so putting one together from just every individual part is a pain in the ass without a vise.
Yeah, that's the same reason
You can do it, but it's not easy and it's not fun, and I don't recommend it.
Yeah, I'm not like Dead Horse. I'm not the AR guru.
Here's the thing: even Dead Horse uses a vise,
Yeah, exactly.
so it is kind of mandatory.
Yeah, but the lower seems pretty simple enough to. Because I don't think you really need any complex tools.
No,
As
the
far
lower
as
is
I know.
easy as shit. The lower is easy, but everything else, not so much.
Yeah, the only gun I really want, and I know it's a total waste of money, is that new Galil coming out in 5.56.
Let's get a little.
It's like I know it's just like a super expensive AK, but I think it looks totally badass, and I want
Yeah.
one.
Here's the thing: if I had a choice between a Tavor or a Galil, I'd go with the Galil.
See, I looked at the Tavors, but I'm not like a huge bullpup fan. Like I know they make sense, and I know why they do it, but I'm just not. I don't know. It's just something I'm kind of a traditionalist. But see, I don't really like the Tavor. I like the AUG better, bullpup wise.
I don't like the AUG.
Well, see, I like the new one they're trying to bring in, the
Which one?
The Lithgow. This is the name of the company, but it's the Australian model, and it's like the updated one with the
I'll
Picatinny
be right
rails
back.
and.
Something just fell down outside the house.
Blood pressure? What's up, Clay?
How's it going?
I can't complain.
It's always good.
Yeah, tired of shit, so I'll probably be going to bed soon. But until then, I will shoot the shit on gun channels.
Yeah, I like the hockey talk.
Yeah, I wish I just knew more about it. Like I try to watch the Hurricanes when I can, but it's like compared to like my friend who's a huge hockey fan, like she just knows everything about it. I'm just kind of in awe when I ever watch a game with her.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like a frozen pond full of 200-pound gorillas with sticks skating around trying to bash each other to bits over a little rubber disc. Really something else.
Yep. Well, don't worry, young grasshopper. I'll take you under my wing and teach you hockey if you want.
I have one of my good friends. He's from Philadelphia, so he's a huge Flyers fan. He's actually in a kind of amateur hockey league when we were in college. He just like one day he was just like, "Hey, I think I'm going to go ice skating," and then within like 3 months, he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm on a hockey team." I was like, "Damn, you must have been practicing because when I went ice skating with you, I didn't fall down any, but I could not do the hockey moves required to play hockey."
Well, I'm pretty sure hockey is the most racist sport in North America. So let's keep on talking about it.
Well, Night Strike's out checking
Why is
something.
hockey racist? What the hell are you talking about? Hockey's not racist.
Have you looked at the genetic profile of any major league hockey team recently?
That doesn't mean it's racist. Inequality of outcome does not mean inequality of opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you can't make LeBron James want to sign up to play professional hockey.
All right, I'm back.
I mean, you can almost use the same logic and reverse the other one. Does that mean that, like, basketball is racist against white people because mostly black people play? Like, no. It is how it is.
Apparently, one of the trees in my backyard fell down and shook the entire house and made a loud noise that almost sounded like an explosion or a gunshot or something.
Wow.
Huge ass tree.
Well, you know what sport Filipinos are good at? Shooting. They excel in the shooting sports. Lo and behold. Did you know that? I bet you all knew that.
I know due to Filipinos is the reason we have the 45 ACP.
Yeah, it's the reason I have one.
Because the 38 Colt round was not knocking them guys down when they're all high on whatever the hell they're high on.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, my great-grandfather left before then. So.
What's this about hockey being a racist sport? Why? Because we skate around on white ice and hit a black puck, right?
I don't know. That's just...
Is that your reasoning, Clay?
No, I was just thinking about the participants and their genetic makeup. That's all. But we're moving on. We're talking. You're a little late to the
black people that play hockey.
Okay, you're a little late to the discussion. We're now talking about the shooting sports and how the Filipinos have monopolized the shooting sports.
Yeah, like who?
Oh, well, I must have been on a leg, but anyways, I'm still talking about hockey.
I'm kidding. I'm just trying to be an equal opportunity.
There was plenty of people of other races
discriminator.
that played fucking sport.
I don't know anything about hockey, to be honest with you, other than
obviously
they used to play without helmets, which is pretty funny considering.
I'm surprised Smeggy hasn't talked about the greatest of Canadian sports. It's even greater than hockey. Everybody plays it. Curling. It's also done on the ice.
I love curling. That's my favorite winter Olympic sport to watch, other than like the bobsled stuff.
What I like about curling is it's in the actual like official rules of the Olympics. Loser team buys a round at the bar for the winning team. That's in the official curling rules.
I like curling because of the geology behind it. They only use a certain granite from a certain island off of Scotland, I believe. And that's why curling stones of that particular rock are super expensive, because it only comes from this one spot.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. There's like this one ancient quarry there
Yeah.
that all the curling stones from all time have been excavated from.
It's called like a blue granite or something. And whatever geochemical properties it has are just apparently makes really good curling stones. I think it's something with the way the water doesn't freeze to the stone or some shit like that. That, and every time I watch women's curling, they're always like super fine chicks. I was like, hey, I could probably sit here and watch this for a couple hours.
Well, I imagine it takes a lot of core strength, probably like a lot like hockey does as well.
Well, it always seems like there's always one kind of bigger girl, and then like the people that sweep are always like thinner. Even though I think they all take turns throwing the stone. I could be wrong though. And that's one way to kill a chat.
Well, I suppose if the regulators have their way, the curling participants will soon be wearing helmets. Just the same regulators that mandated helmets for hockey are going to transfer to all the ice sports, of which curling I know is one, and there may be others. Not certain about that, but it's really dangerous to put yourself on a surface with zero friction and without a helmet. And you're just asking for trouble. You're just asking for like a life debilitating brain injury, in my humble opinion.
Concussions are just part of hockey. Shit, up until a few years ago, professional guys, certain guys still played without helmets.
I just saw that on my Facebook. I thought that was funny as hell. Even though it's kind of not relevant anymore. But it's Star Wars related, so.
Wow, that is awful. It's funny. It's still funny. But they dropped the charges on Assange.
Yeah, so I guess he can leave now.
He can leave now.
Until a drone missile takes him out.
Yeah.
I don't know. What was Trump's position on WikiLeaks? Like, other than he probably loves them because they helped with the election. Like, I can't remember him saying anything about Assange specifically.
So what's up with Melania not wanting to hold her man's hand? I mean, come on now.
What's up with people giving a shit about that?
He must be in the doghouse or something.
But I mean, I've been seeing that everywhere. It's like, okay, what are you distracted from? Or is it just liberals looking for every little thing just to bitch about Trump?
It's the latter. I mean, it's up there with the 2 scoops of ice cream thing. It's like, this isn't news. You're just trying to find everything you can on them to delegitimize them.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I mean,
the days when news was news and you got to see what the hell is going on in the world. These days you turn it on and all it is this is what's going on with Donald Trump. This is what's going on in the government. Blah, 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 blah. It's the fucking United States government news these days.
I saw something the other week saying that someone broke down like a day's worth of CNN's programming, and they spent over 90% of on-air time dedicated to talking about Trump.
Does not surprise me. Seems about right.
And it was like, where was this 90% coverage of Obama when he was like fucking over people and taking away rights?
There wasn't.
Exactly.
Either that or there was, but they were focusing on all the supposedly good stuff that he was doing. Obama had a great day today. He was out fucking yakking this world leader off or whatever.
Or he was at the summit council meeting, whatever.
Bowing,
Shit like that.
Bowing to the Saudi king.
Right.
Dude, he was practically like blowing that guy. He was bowing so hard.
Yeah, and Trump goes, and they don't make him bow.
Yeah, he just shakes hands.
I guess it is true what they say. Money can buy you respect.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so.
Or maybe they were just impressed by his ruthless business.
Maybe it was $20 billion arms deal that they were going to make.
It's more like 100 billion, but
I think
apparently
it's 10 years or something.
Apparently, Obama made the same deal.
Yeah, every
became
president has. I don't understand it because they fucking support terrorism around the world.
It was like 340 billion from what I saw.
It's like I had to do a paper on Saudi's ties to like 9/11, and it was just like they were paying Al Qaeda just not to like blow up their shopping malls. It's like, hey, we don't mind if you blow up shit, just don't do it in Saudi Arabia. Here's $1 million to keep you from doing it.
Yeah, it's like the oldest game in the book. Just pay the blood money, and you don't have to worry about blowing each other up. Just pay each other off. I mean, that's what everyone's done from the beginning of time. I mean, other than the Roman Empire. But I don't know. You got the money. Isn't that like what the whole mafia thing is? Pay up.
Protection money.
Pay for protection.
Yeah, protection money. Exactly.
Well, and yeah, just look at the mafia. It's not like it's run by some charitable people. I don't know. The whole
Knives.
thing
What's
drives
up,
me
Knives?
crazy.
Hello.
See, he's got a tear in his eye because y'all are talking so much shit about him.
Knives. Apparently, Smeggy wanted me to ask you if you took out that loan from the Foot Clan.
I plead the fifth.
And that's the reason why you can't leave California?
I plead the fifth.
Hey, G-Web sings almost up to $2,000. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Now, he's got to hit that goal, though.
Yeah, we got to spread the word.
Well, I sent the link to a couple of my friends on Facebook, and I, tried to post the link on Instagram, but it won't let you link it unless it's in your profile.
I'll probably post it on Reddit later.
Yeah, was Smeggy in here, or he left?
Smeggy wasn't here, and he rage quit. Because
Yeah, you saw the messages all through, bro?
they stopped showing hockey on TV. He was angry.
Oh, I hope he didn't get mad. I was just making fun of him on the side chat. On the chat.
No, I'm just kidding. Don't worry about it.
Smeggy has had a long day of stealing hotshot callouts.
What was it, Smeggy?
Used to
what
be
was it?
Z, but Z's no more.
Yeah, what happened to
man.
Z? Did he get a job or something?
No, I think he's working more longer hours now. That's why.
Oh, yeah,
I hope it
shit
works out for him
happens.
so I can bring him back, man.
Yeah, world without Z is a sad world indeed.
Oh, heck yeah, man. We need that movie trivia guy.
It's like, yeah, you think you know a lot of movie trivia, and then you listen to Z, and you're like, nope.
You haven't met Island Z.
Yeah, it's like, I know nothing.
Dude, you showed me some new movies I didn't know about, man. You got me down.
You think you know movies and TV? You don't know Jack.
Well, I see Dano's out in the chat. I don't know if he's listening or not, but I'm sure he can pick up the slack when it comes to the movie, the gun movie of the day, and other aspects of the show that Z was an aficionado of. And I'm really looking forward to the future of the Daily Gun Show with Smeggy and Dano, and sometimes Biker Bob and G.
You're looking forward to Bob? Are you feeling all right?
Sometimes Bob, I said. Only like after he's had a six-pack. That's when he's the most
Oh,
Man,
entertaining.
the Northern California bullshit is getting to you, dude.
Excuse me?
You heard me, boy.
I never understand what you say when you mumble like you do. So,
Yeah, you gotta be from Long Beach.
rah, 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 rah.
It's turtle talk.
Turtle talk, dude.
Turtle Talk with Knives and Clay. Covering all the controversial, important topics.
Of bullshit.
Like where the best fresh berries are.
Chocolate.
And the accents of California.
True.
I just thought all their accents were Russian because they're clearly communists.
No, they don't understand communism. They think they understand communism, but they don't.
Well, I saw today that the governor wants to do a single payer healthcare system, and it's going to cost like a shit ton of money, apparently.
They
would've
do
thought?
understand. They do understand. Fuck you overism. They do
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah, I hope Smeggy didn't get mad about that Snowman Protection Act
Snowman Protection Act. Wow.
2017. Sponsored by Mr. Knives.
Is that like the
GG.
Patriot Act?
Yeah, it's SB 42 FU.
SP 42 FU. There you go.
Yeah, I hope he didn't get mad. You saw that shit?
I don't know if he saw it. No, he didn't get mad.
I should make that a bumper sticker.
You should.
So when are you going to get your first gun, Knives?
I already had my first gun.
When are you going to get your first knife, Knives?
I got it when I was 5.
Do y'all have really restrictive knife laws in California?
Yeah, depends on the
Yeah.
cop.
No knives for turtles.
I
Bullshit.
don't think
Turtles against knives.
I don't think a turtle could grasp a knife very well.
They use duct tape.
I got nubbies. They work. Nubby channels. Hey Matt, what you do all day, man?
I worked this morning and I went into work earlier than I needed to be, so I was kind of pissed. But I came home and ate something and chatted for a little while and then took a nap and woke up and now I'm on here. So not a whole lot, not very productive.
Yep.
So you've got a geology degree. Are you going to go out into the field, or are you going to go into the lab?
I applied for a field position the other day that my friend, she works at the same company and she's about to leave, so she's gonna try to put in a good word for me with her employer. But I was talking to the lady and she was explaining like what I was gonna do. She was like, yeah, you're gonna like be recording seismic data for explosions at rock quarries, and sometimes you'll have to like tape the explosions and yada yada. And she was like, does that sound interesting to you? I was like, yeah, actually, yeah, explosions. Yeah, I'm totally down with that shit. I was like, I'd be the guy that like pushes the button and blows up all the rocks. I was like, how do I get that job? So we'll see.
Now, is that like a seismograph monitoring?
Yeah, it's like we would go out to, I guess, like if there's a residence around a quarry, we would set up a seismograph to make sure it's within, I guess, OSHA EPA standards or whatever. And if there's like, I guess, any damage, we would take pictures of it and whatnot and just make sure, I guess, they're doing everything by codes and regulations and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure where the geologist leaves off and the geotechnical engineer picks up, but if you're, I mean, I know there's a lot of work in building construction when they're driving piles or doing foundation work. And
yeah, one of my friends, that's what she does. She was working out of Charlotte, but she recently moved to Texas because I think that's where she was getting a lot of her work. So she was just like, you know what, instead of flying me out there every week, I'll just move there. And that's what she does.
yeah, when I first got a job, I was still in college. I worked with a geologist who was monitoring the investigative soil borings.
Yeah.
And so he was really knowledgeable on all the different soil types and rock types and, documenting the cores and all the impacts, the hammer and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of work working with drill rigs. I worked alongside him, then kind of took over and just basically like wrote down like a fill till like just the basic shit because it was all pretty much just fill. It was on a roadway embankment, and yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy working with these drillers, like right in the median of a freeway, and like just not something I'd want to do for a career.
Yeah, one of my friends, that's what she does out west. She lives in Utah, and she, takes bore samples and analyzes them and whatnot. And a lot of my other friends I graduate with, some of them are in grad school, and then most of them all do well stuff. Like one does well monitoring, and one does bore well analyzes the bores and whatnot they bring up and construction related. I don't think anyone in my class is an actual like what you would think as a geologist, because most of the jobs out there when they want someone like that, you have to have a grad degree in. But it's interesting, you know. I like the subject. That's how you kill a chat, talking about rocks.
Huh?
If I start talking about crack rocks, you know, that might pique Knives' interest a little bit.
I got a homie that's selling right by the corner.
See, I can't even understand what he's saying. He's got to be on crack.
Cocaine. Is there anything in the news right now?
What was that?
Damn, I mumble, huh?
So the key is to enunciate and to use your full vocal cord range,
Yeah,
not
just
just the upper fifth.
just talk slower. That's the one thing when I talk to Spanish people. I was like, man, y'all talk really fast.
We're rapping. Yeah, spit these slows. I heard they got a third guy for the bomber or some bullshit like that.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Mm.
They should just instead of like putting them in prison, they should just get all the the angry 13-year-olds that were at that concert and just throw them in a big circle and just let them like beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, beat up by 13-year-olds.
See, yeah, that
Yeah.
would be terrible to them because like to them, women have like no rights. They're like chattel. So to be killed by one would be the ultimate insult.
Yeah, I think that was one of the reasons that, and I don't know for certain, but I'm assuming that might have been one of the reasons
I
that they
probably
targeted
did.
this concert, because Zia was like the woman power tour or something like that. And I think that's one of the reasons she also canceled the rest of her tour. She realized, oh shit, I'm a target for Islamic extremists in Europe. And there are a lot of them, apparently.
Anderson Cooper said it was a mass shooting.
Yeah, because CNN always tells the truth, right?
Hey, James Earl Jones says they're the most trusted news source,
Bullshit.
which I say is a Sith mind trick.
I would rather trust Fox News over CNN. And yes, I had to think about it for a second because I almost said RT, but then I remember we don't want to get the Russians into this again.
No. I get most of my news from podcasts now. Podcasts, social media.
James Earl Jones is a fucking pro-gunner. Gun guy.
Yep.
Didn't that crazy North Korean fucker shoot off another missile the other day?
Yeah, something like that. I couldn't find much information because everyone was talking about Trump and Comey. It's like I got home from work and I turned on Fox News, and of course they're talking about the bombing.
Yeah, but
So then I
it's
flipped
no
over to
surprise
MSNBC and they're talking about the Comey shit. I was like,
that
well,
this one was a misfire and a dud again. So it's all right.
That's not what I heard. Maybe that was the one before. No, like two missiles before was the one that blew up on the launch pad. Oh, they had two of those, but then their last two I thought were successful because they even got
See,
something that went up and was
Too
able
hot.
to
He's keeping track of all the missiles because he knows he's in the line of fire up there.
You're on the West Coast too, you dummy.
Yeah, but they'll never attack California. It's way too liberal. They're not going to attack their only support base in the whole country.
I did read that Seattle is trying to change some law so they can prepare for like a nuclear attack because that's the closest city that the North Koreans could potentially hit.
There's something in. I remember hearing a news story about that, and there's something in Washington state law that says something about you not being able to
Practice drills or something.
mobilize people and practice for such a thing. I don't know.
Basically, they want you to, bend over and take it in the ass.
Take it all over your body. The 3rd-degree burns.
Giggity.
Don't do that.
I know.
Fucking Jay might pop in.
I know it sounds terrible, but every time Crowder does his Kim Jong-un impersonation, I just find that shit hilarious. He's like throwing bottle works. He's like, my missiles are gonna hit US. You Yankees come.
I'm just waiting for one of those fucking rockets just to land on that motherfucker. By mistake.
Oh, it's just like the breeze blows it back on them.
Like, shit.
Yeah, it'd be nice if the North Koreans would just rise up and take them out and reunite with South Korea. But they're all brainwashed.
Why is everybody fucking so scared of the little motherfucker?
Because he ties you to a pole and shoots you with an anti-aircraft gun when you look at him the wrong way.
And that's after he's finished killing his relatives.
Yeah, like fear is a powerful motivator.
Fly. I was looking at the fly. I was trying to kill it.
I'll be honest. Someone needs to, instill the fear of God in that dumbass.
Does he actually shoot you with anti-aircraft guns, or doesn't he just release a pack of dogs that haven't been fed in weeks?
He probably does that too.
No, he has somebody do it at his command.
It's like flamethrowers, people shoots them with like huge cannons, and it's just crazy shit.
Yeah.
I thought that's what he did to his uncle or whatever.
Yeah, he did. One of them.
The dog thing.
I found out who's the guy who fucking said, if I shoot myself with the 50 caliber, I'll survive. That's fucking him. That's that North Korean motherfucker right there.
You need to tell him yes.
Say yes.
Just say yes.
Say ooh yeah.
You'll survive, and you go on to write concertos. You'll star in movies. You'll be on TV. You'll release an album and make millions.
Yeah, then you'll make the fucking snowman neck.
See,
2017.
Knives is already kind of famous because he was that turtle on Breaking Bad that had the head on shell.
Wow.
Before it blew up.
Ain't that a bitch? That was my cousin Tony.
Hey, when did Rick get here?
Just now.
Rick, you're live.
I think Rick has more CCW permits than all of us combined.
Yeah, nice strike. Where's your permit, dude?
Yeah.
It's
Where's your
on the
gun
list.
knives?
He might, since you California fuckers don't help us out with the numbers there.
Hey, motherfucker. I'm digging my shit up right now.
Right.
Oh, and that South Carolinian.
Shut up, Tuati.
South Carolina motherfucker right there, too.
I thought South Carolina had a constitutional carry bill in the.
It
in the
has,
works.
but it's kind of stalled.
Oh.
Bullshit.
Right, no surprise, right?
Yeah, we got one. I don't think it's moved very much, but I mean, there's so many Republicans in our legislator. I don't know how it couldn't get, fast tracked.
The problem is with a lot of states, they give too much power to the individual state senator in the state senate, and that's the problem.
Yeah, California bullshit too.
California is a clear indication where it doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat. If you're a Democrat in the Senate, you pretty much run the fucking state.
Hold on. This is California. No argument. Just fast track that motherfucker.
It's like I want to call my representatives, but they're all Democrats. So it's like it's almost a waste of time. They're not going to vote on any pro-gun legislation.
Yeah, not in California.
In fact, one of the guys that sponsored our repeal of the stand your ground law was a fucking Republican.
Well,
California.
He was just a Republican just to get to get elected. He's not a Republican because he believes in Republican values.
Yeah.
That would be a rhino, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Rhino does
Yeah,
absolutely
California.
nothing like a Republican and does the same thing as a Democrat does, but says he's a Republican.
Well, to fast track. Yep. What the fuck? You say yep too.
Yeah, I mean, I've written to my Democratic people here in Rhode Island.
And they've fallen upon deaf ears.
One did write me back. He told me that he couldn't go for it because he believes in common sense gun control.
Which means he's drinking the Kool-Aid and taking the cash.
Yeah. Plus, what doesn't help me any, he's the one in the House. Is he senator or a representative? Can't remember. But he got shot at a shooting range by a policeman when he was about 15. He's been in a wheelchair ever since. So it doesn't help the cause any.
Got shot in the ass.
But
how big was the hole?
Shit, I've been a victim of gun crime. It made me more pro-gun.
Yep.
Same here.
yeah, but you got to remember up here in the Northeast, here Rhode Island, Massachusetts, it's all Kennedy country. You know what I'm saying?
It's sad that JFK was pretty pro-gun too.
Yeah, it's a shame the rest of his family wasn't.
Should spread the love.
Well, I guess after 2 of your family members get murdered with firearms, that probably leaves a sour taste in your mouth.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
That family has a fucking string bad look, dude.
But see, then I would say the same thing about skis, because one of them died hitting a tree while he was skiing. They didn't blame the skis.
Yeah, one died flying an airplane.
Oh, Hillary Clinton, she was behind that.
Oh, hell yeah.
'Cause he was running against her when she was running for the New York Senate.
Nope, let me make this call right now.
All right.
Somebody got in the fade.
I'm out for the night. I'll see you guys later.
Ah, bullshit.
Later.
Later.
You be back.
Yeah. See you later, racist.
Hey, next I was gonna do that.
I was
thing
just gonna
with
say
earlier.
that after Sonny Bono died skiing, that's when I gave up skiing and snowboarding and all winter mountain sports because, it was obviously a very dangerous endeavor.
Oh, yeah. I've only been skiing once, and it was super cold, like more cold than normal. And I had fun, but I only went for 2 days because it was just so damn cold on top of the mountain.
I'm joking mostly, but I don't do any more downhill type sports. And it wasn't really because of Sonny Bono. But yeah, it's not safe. So that's why you always have to sign your lift ticket, and you're basically signing a waiver saying you hold the resort no liability because you're taking a huge risk by going on to a cable-supported chair that hangs hundreds of feet above the ground, and then flying down the mountain at an unregulated speed.
Wait, did John Denver die in a skiing accident?
No. John Denver died in a small plane crash.
Oh,
I blame Obama.
Small plane crashes, they get a lot of celebrities.
yeah, they do. They got what's his face? Shit, that rock star.
They got a number of rock stars, yeah.
I can't
And
think
a
of his-
Kennedy, too.
Sonny
We're
Bono.
talking about Kennedys. John got killed off of Long Island, right, Rick?
Yeah.
It killed Aaliyah too.
Yeah,
that one
God.
TLC bitch.
Yeah, I can't think of the guy's name. He was a pretty big musician in the 90s. Ah, shit, what was his name?
The blues
like,
guy.
And then, like, the Leonard Skinner people. Big Bopper, Buddy Holly.
I'm drawing a blank now too. Are you talking about the blues guitarist? He wasn't alive in the 90s.
I'll think of his name.
Stevie Ray Vaughan
Yeah, that's
him.
it. Yeah.
died
When
in a
did he die?
helicopter. He died in a helicopter.
That was in the
Yeah,
80s,
for-
though, right?
90s, I think. It could have been the 80s.
MTV, they
Stevie Ray Vaughan died in 1990.
shit. I was 4.
Oh, 6.
No, I was like 16.
I was 12 in 90.
Damn, dude. I thought you were younger.
Just younger at heart.
Randy Rhoads died in a plane crash. Crazy story. I don't know if you've heard of this. I just recently learned about this through my travels in YouTube.
Randy Rhoads, what band?
Yeah, he
Black
was like
Sabbath.
Oh,
No.
thank you.
No, Ozzy. He was playing for Ozzy. He was on Ozzy's first album, and then I think they were touring on the second album.
Wasn't that Black Sabbath?
No, it was Ozzy Osbourne. But regardless,
Okay, yeah, you're right.
yeah. So he, Randy Rhoads was like a classical guitarist who started a couple of different rock bands. One of which, had a big hit after he left. His name is not coming to me right now, but he was picked up by Ozzy because he was just such a phenomenal soloist. And I'd never really listened to Ozzy when I was growing up, but I just recently, picked up on some of his music, and it's just some of the wildest riffs I've ever heard of. And he never played a bad note. and if you go onto YouTube and you watch the live performances that are on video, like unbelievable skill. And so they were on tour and they were in Florida, and the bus air conditioning went bad, so they pulled into this bus like yard. It was just some like field on some estate somewhere in Florida, and there was also a landing strip there, like a little airport kind of thing, and the bus driver was also a pilot, and so he went and he grabbed one of these planes that was sitting there and just started giving the people in the band and the crew rides in some airplane that he started up and got airborne. And he gave a couple of people a ride and then landed, and then Randy and the hairdresser got in the plane, small little plane, and they went up into the air and flew around, and they were buzzing Ozzy's tour bus for some strange. Apparently, like this bus driver had been up all night on coke, so they were buzzing the tour bus, and they made one pass, two passes, trying to wake Ozzy up. I guess it was like 10 in the morning, whatever. And on the third pass, he actually hit the bus, and then crashed into this mansion that was right there, and the whole fucking thing went up in flames, and there was like body parts everywhere. Apparently, it was pretty gruesome. But poor Randy Rhoads, like he was, just along for the ride and just got like screwed.
He played for Quiet Riot before.
That's the band. Yeah, he started Quiet Riot. He
Yeah.
was one of the founders of Quiet Riot.
That's what I was thinking. It's quite right.
Yeah, and but I never heard any of their songs until I'm pretty sure after he had left, and maybe even after he had died. They covered that one song they were famous for, "We're Not Gonna Take It," or whatever other song they might have gotten popular on. And
We're not gonna take it to the sisters.
yeah, whatever fucking heavy metal hair band song they covered was big, and that's how I know Quiet Riot. But it wasn't because of Randy Rhoads. But if you go back again and look at some of the YouTube videos of him playing in some of these clubs with Quiet Riot, like back in the day, it's just like, what the hell is he doing on that guitar? It's out of this world.
Yeah, I think he's buried in San Bernardino.
Yeah, because that's where he's from. Yeah, his family is from there, and you can go visit his gravesite if you like.
Say, "Come On, Feel the Noise" was Quiet
Yeah,
Riot's
that was the
big
one.
song.
That was the one. Yeah, I mean, as a kid, like that was probably one of my first memories of heavy metal, of hard rock. Was that song? That and like Scorpions, like a Hurricane. Like those were the two songs. Rock You Like a Hurricane. But yeah, Ozzy. Ozzy is a really a crazy story. If you go back and start watching interviews with him and what he's done over the years, when he started with Black Sabbath and did his own thing, and all of the drugs he's done, and that guy is still alive. Meanwhile,
he should be dead.
yeah, you look at all the other musicians who are dropping dead left and right, and fucking Ozzy is still like, stumbling on. Well, also the guys from Rolling Stones. That's another.
Oh, Keith
like,
Richards.
Yeah, and like Aerosmith, those guys are still alive. Unbelievable.
Show you how old I am. I actually saw Black Sabbath with Ozzy.
Well, so did I, but it was like 12 years ago when they were doing the reunion tour.
Mine was back in the 70s.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I had a history teacher. She was like really big into reggae, and she was like, "Yeah, I actually saw Bob Marley live in concert." I was like, "Oh, that's awesome." All right, boys, I think I'm gonna hit the hay.
All right, Matt.
Y'all have a
Good night.
good night.
Take care, dude.
Yep.
Late. So, Rick, you saw Black Sabbath back in the day.
Oh yeah, it was late 70s. Oh yeah, but I saw him. And hey, and you want to know who the support band was?
Dio?
You sitting down?
Yeah.
Van Halen, the
Oh,
backup band.
the 70s. I mean, because that must have been right at their debut album.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, good concert. What I remember of it. Oh, that was back in the day. It really was. It was in London, actually.
Wow. Yeah, because they're from England, right?
Yeah. Saw them at the Hammersmith Odeon.
Wow. So you probably could have seen the Sex Pistols then, too.
Yeah, they weren't. I wasn't really into them, but they were around when I was there. Yeah. I mean, I've all the rock bands I've seen in London. I've seen Led Zeppelin. I've seen Pink Floyd. Trying to think. You name them, I've seen them.
Motorhead?
Yeah.
Wow.
Iggy Pop.
No, actually, I haven't. I was at the concert, the one where with Pink Floyd when they done The Wall, and they actually made the movie where you saw the pig come flying down, it hit the wall and come tumbling onto the crowd. I was the third row from the front when they filmed that one. Yeah, and
What about The Who?
saw the Who. I saw the Who 2 times. I saw the Who twice. Once in the early '80s. But I originally saw them when I was in the '60s. The only reason I remember it is because they broke their equipment on stage, and I was only about 8 or 9 years old. My uncle took me to. They actually played in the, like the country fairs they have. They played in one of those. Even back then, they used to break their equipment.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Wow. That is really something.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think who else. Saw David Bowie. Saw Paul McCartney and Wings. I actually never saw the Beatles though.
You saw Paul McCartney with Wings?
What?
You saw Paul McCartney with Wings?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So
Well, because
I saw them in England.
Wings was only for a certain amount of time, right?
Yeah, I saw them. You remember? I don't know, or you heard about it. It was way back when they done the Wings Over America tour. They came back to England and done that same performance one time only at Wembley Arena, and I happened to be there.
Yeah, but I mean, that was some band. I've seen some footage of his performances.
Oh yeah.
Man, they were really musically very tight and very elaborate in their composition.
Oh, yeah, they were. They were good.
A lot of keyboards, like electronics, kind of, and like maybe a dozen musicians on stage.
Yeah, yeah, but a lot of them stayed in the background because honestly, there was only about actually the main. I think it was 4 or 5. The main characters were up front. Everybody was kept further back when they were on the stage when I saw them.
Well, because they did a soundtrack for a James Bond movie, didn't they?
Yes. I'm trying to think the name of it now. Oh, shit.
Live and Let Die.
I think it was. Eh. One of those actors just died. Roger
Yeah,
Moore.
that's right. Was that one of his movies?
I think it was. I think it was just as he was coming to the end of his. I have to look it up. Can't remember off the top of my head. I do. The 2 best concerts I ever remember was the Electric Light Orchestra, and it was when they started doing laser lights and everything like this. They had some unbelievable stage show. It was unreal. But I think my favorite concert of all time, believe it or not, was Fleetwood Mac. Back in the days of Rumors. They were on stage for 2.5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're a talented band.
Oh, yeah. That was in the days of Stevie Nicks. Oh, man, she was hot.
Yeah, like quite a vocal range as well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Roger Moore was a Libra.
Oh, yeah. Remember seeing Bob Seger in the Silver Bullet Band? Oh, yeah. There was a few I don't even remember. Back in those days when I was younger, I used to go to concerts all the time.
I'm just looking up the wiki for Roger Moore. Okay, here we go. 1973 to 1985.
He played more James Bond movies than anybody else.
Dr. No.
He's done 7.
Diamonds Are Forever. Live and Let Die. Yeah, that was his last one.
Yeah.
Shit. Wait a second. After Live and Let Die, Moore continued to portray Bond in The Man Who Loved, or The Man with the Golden Gun, The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker, For Your Eyes Only, Octopussy, and A View to Kill. Huh.
Or was that his first one he was in?
I see. No, okay. The way it was written here screwed me up. It said he was finally cast as James Bond in Live and Let Die in 1973. So when it says he was finally cast, it means like he had been trying to get that gig for a while. So he had to cut his hair and lose weight. But they finally cast him in the first
he was big in
Live and Let
England.
Die was his first one. Yeah.
He was
Okay.
big in England because he played Simon Templar, the Saint.
He had a huge career. I mean, this is just seems like it was at the end of his career.
Yeah, I think he was 45 when he actually became James Bond.
Right. And then he did some other stuff, I guess.
Oh yeah,
But he didn't act on screen for 5 years after Bond. Huh.
Yeah, well, a lot of them have trouble finding parts after Bond.
Wow. That's pretty much the coup de grace.
Even Sean Connery had problems for quite a few years.
45.
Yeah. I mean, what, Roger Moore was 89 when he died?
Right.
He was born in what, 1927?
Shit. Yeah. Long, long life of acting. Like all the stuff he did before Ivanhoe and Warner Brothers and MGM and like stuff like way before my time.
And he was even an officer in the military too. And during the point, I think his he acted in his early teens. Then in England they had, like national service. You had to serve, and he became an officer.
Yeah, this is a very long Wikipedia on him. He lived a very full life. Did some humanitarian work. Well, he was knighted, right?
Yeah.
Um, 9 March 1999 was appointed a commander of the Order of the British Empire, promoted to Knight Commander of the same order on 14 June 2003.
Yeah, and that's normally that doesn't happen that often.
For his humanitarian work or his charity work.
Yeah.
UNICEF. Apparently, he did a lot of work for UNICEF. He was also awarded a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on October 2007. He was the 2,350th star installed.
Yeah.
Huh. You know, that's something I should go and do, is walk the Hollywood Walk of Fame and look at all the stars. That's something that I would go to LA for. That's got to be something else. I don't know how many thousands there are now, but probably at least 2,500 by now. Imagine.
No, I don't think so.
2,400 maybe. 10 years. It's been 10 years since the 2,350th. Huh. Well, that's still a lot of stars. I mean, you could spend at least an hour walking that, I'm sure, and looking at all the stars. Huh. Interesting. Donald Trump's on there. That's cool. You know, I don't even think I've ever been to Hollywood.
I know I haven't.
I mean, I've only been to LA like a handful of times. I've been to Burbank, and I've been to Santa Monica, but never Hollywood. Huh. Should go to Hollywood.
There you go.
So, Rick, I know you have 7 CCW permits. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that's quite a collection. And now, is it really necessary to have that many for you?
Yeah. I mean, it covers most of the United States now. I still don't have. I had to get. I had to. Rhode Island's my home permit, and I had to get one from Massachusetts, and I had to get one from Connecticut. They're the 2 states that are right next to me, and
Yeah.
we don't. They don't recognize each other.
Yeah.
So that
So
was
that's-
3 right there.
That's 3 that you needed to get. And then maybe
I got
1 or 2.
I got the Utah one because that covers so many.
Right. That's 1 that will cover most of the United States.
Then I got Florida.
And then that's the other one that's going to cover the other few states
Yeah. Then I
that
got.
Utah doesn't cover. So that's
Yeah.
5. You probably only need really like 5.
Oh
though,
yeah,
right?
yeah. But I was going for it, so I've done them all. I got
So what
Virginia.
else? No, Virginia. Why Virginia?
There was a reason because it was one. I think it was only for one state that the others didn't cover.
Like Virginia.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
And then let's see, what are we up to there? 6.
That's 6, yeah.
And my 7th one, even though they're constitutional carry now, their permits recognized elsewhere as Maine.
Huh. Oh, yeah, because they just got constitutional carry at the end of last year.
Yeah,
Huh. Maine.
yeah. But they still hand out permits if you want them.
Now, doesn't like Utah or Florida cover Maine?
Yeah, but it goes back to there was a state or 2 that the other 2 didn't cover. I have to look it up. I got it written
Oh,
down somewhere.
Oh, so you think Maine covers a couple of the
Yeah,
North-
'cause
mid-Atlantic states or something like that?
Yeah.
But-
now
huh.
the only ones that are not covered now, at the moment, I don't have one for Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, New Jersey, South Carolina. That's a strange one, South Carolina.
Huh.
Then, Illinois
Right.
and
California.
California, or is it Oregon?
Oregon,
Washington,
yeah.
one of those states up there, and Hawaii.
Yeah. Right.
They're about the only ones I don't have.
Right. Yeah, I've got 3 permits myself, and I'm pretty much like I don't have those states you just mentioned and the ones you specifically have permits for: Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, whatever northeastern states you need a permit for.
Yeah.
I don't, but I've got Nevada, Utah, and Florida, and that there's some overlap now because Nevada has reciprocity that they didn't have when I first got my Utah.
Yeah.
So it's, really what these states are realizing, it's like they can only charge so much for a permit, and they're going to get reciprocity with all the other states that do a background check, basically. So, I mean, the more restrictions they put on it, the more they're just limiting their income and their options, I want to say.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, it's interesting that people will go and spend money in Utah and Florida, or maybe Nevada now too, to get reciprocity, whereas they wouldn't spend that in their own states of residence because it's either not available or there's not as much reciprocity. And it's an interesting, like, convoluted system that's in place that really, I mean, I was really all for nationwide reciprocity because,
Well, I still am.
it just makes sense to me. I mean, and I hate comparing everything to driving, but you have a somewhat of a standard that maybe it's just a background check. Maybe that's enough of a standard for concealed carry. Maybe it's a short range session qualification. I have no problem with that. But for me, like, if you're gonna require a qualification, then it should be like the DMV in any state where you do it one time and then you're fine for the rest of your life. You don't have to, every 5 years, you don't have to go back and take another driving test.
Yeah.
So if I can hit the 8 ring with 30 rounds one time, then that's it. You don't need to test me every 5 years.
I agree with you.
So I'm done.
But
I'm basically, the way I'm looking at it, I'm done. I get nationwide reciprocity.
That's the way I look at it too. But at the moment, it doesn't work that way.
I'm not going to be buying a permit in this state and a permit in that state and a permit here and a permit there.
I mean, all told, I reckon it must have cost me $500 to get all these. You know what I'm saying? And I just, I mean, I was offered here in Rhode Island, they offered a course that they had the instructors and stuff who were authorized to do these other, these non-resident permits for these other states, 5 of them. So I went and took it, otherwise I wouldn't have got them. But I mean, like Rhode Island here, I mean, it's cheap. It's $40 for 4 years. It's $10 a year. But in 4 years' time, I've got to take that shooting test again. But
yeah, I mean, I don't understand why they make you go back and. I mean, who the hell has ever failed a range qualification for a permit? I've never heard of it.
I have here in Rhode Island because it's an Army L target. It's called, and you have to. The maximum score is 300 for 30 rounds, and the minimum you can get is 195. So that means you got to get all 30 in 7, 8, 9, and 10. You can't go outside of 7 on the rings. Basically.
At 7 yards, right?
No. This is where I'm saying this is at 25 yards.
What?
Yeah.
25.
Yeah.
I mean, I can do it, and I can do it in slow fire. Like, that's fine, but that has nothing to do with concealed carry.
Oh, I agree with you.
Self-defense.
But I said I got to do it again in 4 years' time if I'm still living here. Now Rhode Island, I mean now Massachusetts doesn't have a shooting qualification, but it has the fingerprints in the background. But as for a non-resident, it's $100 a year. I got to keep sending in $100 every year if I want to keep it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't afford that, and I don't want that.
I mean, the only
Is that-
reason I've done it this year, for one thing, is I mean, I came into some money.
No, it's fine if you got money and you're an enthusiast and you like doing this
I don't know if
stuff.
I can afford it next year, but I said I came into a little bit of money this year. You know,
It's like I'm not going to criticize anyone on how they spend their money, but for me, I feel like that's gouging. And one of the reasons that I am leaving California is because their fees are so high, and it's a May issue, and they make you jump through so many hoops that I feel it's onerous, and I feel like it's an imposition, and I feel like it's gouging. And I also feel like it's a severe infringement because you're only allowed to have a certain, like 3 firearms on your permit. And that's silly because I go through guns, one after another, going through different carry systems. I'm constantly evolving my carry systems and options. And I don't want to have to like give you a serial number of a gun that I can qualify on, when clearly I'll qualify with whatever gun I want to qualify with and carry whatever gun I want to carry because I'm a responsible, law-abiding citizen. And I know what my limitations are because I'm a man, So if I qualify with a 40 caliber and then I go double action, single action, then I go and I carry a double action only 38 special, well, I'm going to realize that I'm not going to have the same effectiveness with that firearm. But I don't need to prove that to anyone. It's clearly obvious when you go to the range, what you're, and that's why I like posting these targets that I shoot with, like the bullets all over the place. Like if you're trying to pull that gun out and unload it, you're going to have some misses. That's reality. People sit there and they take their time and they slowly squeeze off rounds at a target and they all go in the same hole. Well, that's great, but that's not reality in a self-defense situation.
no, it's not. No, you're right. It's not. I mean, when I go to, sometimes I will try, go shoot slow and try to, when I'm, pregnant, but a lot of times I'll shoot there, and I don't have great tight groups, but I'm hitting center mass. That's all I'm worrying about. If I can get it in the center mass, I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I've never heard of anyone failing. Granted, it sounds like Rhode Island has some pretty stringent requirements.
Oh yeah, we got more than just that. That's just the shooting part. But it's
Right.
It's almost like California. You have to write a letter asking why you want it.
Right.
And I don't think, to me, that's going against what it all stands for anyway. I shouldn't have to. But what you get away with, you put down all lawful means. That about covers everything. They don't like it, but they have to accept it.
I don't know.
Then I got to get
the thing. If you look at
references.
forget about Rhode Island, but if you look at Florida, and you're a perfect example because you've got permits from all these different states, and you can tell the differences about what their philosophies are. If you look at Florida and how they provide you that nice pamphlet that tells you all the laws, and that communicates to you directly, we appreciate and respect your right to keep and bear arms, and we want to give you this permit. So just learn the laws and pay the fee, get the background check, and we'll give you the permit.
Yeah, they even I don't know when you got yours, they even gave me they said wait so many weeks and gave me a phone number to call if I could keep track of it.
Yeah, yeah, they're very good about that. And
Oh, yeah.
they, what is it? Their Department of Agriculture or some, seems like some random department, but they, you know, they understand the importance of people being armed for
Yeah.
self-defense and civic defense. And you know, you got, I mean, if you've ever been to Florida, you know they've got alligators and sharks and stuff that can kill you when you go out into the great wild. So
Well,
I
that's
think
right.
you should be armed.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
So, and you know, they've got a lot of guns. They've got a healthy gun culture there. They, you know, they've got a healthy tourism industry. They're covering all their bases. I like what Florida has to offer. I like their philosophy. I also like how they allow you to carry virtually any weapon when you get that CCW, the concealed carry weapon permit. You can.
Yes.
There's been other people that have talked about this in the chats and how you can carry anything from a dagger to a monkey's fist to, I mean, you name it. Maybe not nunchucks or some throwing stars, but maybe, you know, not some of the more exotic weapons, but pretty much any type of you know, typical self-defense item.
Oh, yeah.
And Nevada just recently repealed some of its knife regulations that banned switchblades and daggers, and so now it's lawful to carry those items, whereas before it hadn't been. You know, and it's just I think it's just really a sense of practicality that these lawmakers are realizing. You know, if you're going to carry something, you know, why not make it the most effective tool you can carry, whether that's to castrate a bull or to defend yourself from a violent attacker. You know, why limit yourself when the criminals are going to carry whatever they can get their hands on, and they're going to pay no attention to your laws. You know, it doesn't make sense to limit law-abiding citizens. It's just a really foolish premise.
Just
Oh,
start
yeah.
castrating the violent offenders.
Yeah, that's one of the best things I've ever heard, Scotty. I would be all for that.
You know, what's a shame though is most of, as you said, a lot of states are coming around, but where the majority of people are, i.e., New York and California, I mean, they're the basic control of the anti-gunners. Those two areas. There's a lot of people in those two areas too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just as much for knife laws as I am for gun laws. I actually prefer to carry a knife or three than I would a gun, just because they're lighter and less bulky, and I feel like generally speaking, if I ever am in a situation, a life-threatening situation, it's going to be close enough where a knife will get me out of it. That, a knife and some pepper spray are going to be enough to get me out of it. You know, I mean, I don't really know what the statistics are or what the probabilities are, but just in my mind, it's a lot easier to carry a knife or three than it is to carry a single firearm. And
Yeah.
I like the idea of being able to carry a double-bladed knife, maybe 4 inches long, maybe a switchblade, something readily available, concealed, whatever it is, comfortable, tucked away. And that scares people, and I don't understand
Do you
why.
really think you can be just as effective with a knife repelling an attacker than you could with a gun?
No, I mean, I've never been in a situation where I've had to actually repel somebody, other than like a pointed finger and some stern words, so it seems to me that, like, we look at the ninja, right? The ninja never had a gun. I mean, I don't know, maybe he had a gun, but he usually just used like edged weapons and throwing stars or whatever. But like, that's kind of my mentality, is like, just be more nimble and agile, and I know I love carrying guns. I mean, I don't ever want anyone to try and take that away from me.
I'm saying I'd rather have the ability to deal with an attacker at 21 feet rather than 2 feet, 1 feet, 0 feet.
Right. I mean, usually I just look at them and point at them, or put a hand out, and that's usually enough. Stay away. You're getting too close. You're in the danger zone, right? But yeah, I mean, I love guns, and I like carrying them. They're more of a burden for me to carry because of the weight and the bulk and the, you need a certain level of safety. There's got to stay in. Whenever I'm carrying a Glock and it's chambered, that Glock stays in the holster. That Glock can't come out of the holster, or else it's pretty much unsafe. I mean, you see people doing this on YouTube videos and whatnot, and they take the gun out of the holster and put it into another holster or in the car or whatever. Like, for me, like that, I carry Glocks, and even when I'm carrying a revolver, it stays in a holster. When it comes out of my pocket, it's still in the holster. So there's just this whole like process of like, whereas a pocket knife, I can pull a pocket knife out and it's safe because it's in, you know, the blade is in the handle. Or if I've got even a fixed blade knife, it's in a sheath, stays in the sheath. Like, so it's just, it's a whole different level. Firearms are a whole different level of responsibility and, you know, danger. And so I just prefer knives. I mean, I love, and again, I can carry 3 knives and not even notice them. Whereas if I try to carry 3 guns, I guarantee you I'm going to notice at least one of them.
But talking about weight and bulk, your 3 knives quickly add up to the weight of 1 gun.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's an interesting topic. I mean, I never really thought about it much, but I like small knives, thin knives, and these knives I can, as long as I can get 3 fingers on them, like I'm good with that. I can pretty much use that knife for anything I need to use it for. Whereas a gun, I like to get 2 hands on that. I like to get most of my fingers, if not all my fingers, on the grip. You know, they got the recoil. You know, I'm not big on the smaller caliber firearms, so at least a 9. But I prefer 45 or 38. Recently, just got a 10 millimeter. Been carrying that around a little bit. I mean, that's great. It's a full-size gun. I can get both hands on it. But yeah, I mean, it's, again, there's always a trade-off with guns, right? Whereas like a knife, like a 3-inch double-edged blade with like 3-inch handle, like it doesn't even need to be thick or big, bulky, and it can tuck away, and yet that's pretty much a lethal weapon for close contact. I think 3 inches is kind of the threshold for lethal weapon. When it's above 3 inches, I think that's when they consider it lethal. I'm not sure about that, but it's definitely a you know, historically, for all of eternity, people have been sharpening things as weapons. So I like that concept, that it's basic and primal and simple, and it's not going to misfire. It's not going to misfeed.
You know,
jam.
You're right, but when I think about, you know, somebody coming at me with a knife, it sort of makes me shiver, because the thought of getting stabbed really bothers me, but getting shot doesn't. You know, I don't know why. I've never been shot, but, you know, the thought of being stabbed just runs a shiver down the back of my spine just thinking about it. Like, I carry a knife. I carry 2, actually. I carry my pocket knife, then I carry a little thin 2.5-inch blade around my neck.
Yeah, I just recently getting into the neck knives. For the longest time, I just said, I don't want anything sharp that close to my vital organs or my neck, my jugular vein, that kind of thing. And it just always seemed kind of bulky, bouncing around. But I've recently gotten some of the thinner, shorter type with a Kydex sheath.
Yeah.
Neck knives. Yeah, the stainless steel. And yeah, you can throw that under a t-shirt or over the t-shirt if you have a sweatshirt or whatever, and just kind of figure out the thing I'm discovering is that the different length of the ball chain, and I like the ball chain, the different length of the chain will position that knife in a different place, which is good for different situations. For example, when you're driving a car, I just discovered like the optimal place for the neck knife to hang is in between the shoulder strap and the waist strap, so that if you're in an accident, you don't get it pinned up against your sternum, or if it's even lower against your abdomen. But when you're not in the car, you might want it a little higher, up to right nestled into your sternum, and that's probably more ergonomic if you were to draw it as well. But yeah, I like the neck knife if it's thin and made of stainless steel with a ball chain, a Kydex sheath, and you can just. I've never actually used it. It's more of just like a last ditch kind of thing in my mind. But I like the pocket, just having a pocket knife, folding knife I can grab and just whip out. That's, to me, the best place to carry the knife.
Oh yeah, that's what I do. I said the one around my neck, I just mainly use that for eating apples.
Yeah, that's funny.
A lot of times I forget it. A lot of times I forget it's even there.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like jewelry. It's like you got a thing of jewelry, and I think most people, if they see it under your shirt or whatever, I don't ever open carry the neck knife, but if they see it under the shirt or whatever, they're just like, oh, he's got some thing, it's jewelry, or like they don't even think about it.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I wear it underneath. I don't wear it out. So they think he's either got some sort of medallion hanging there or something,
Right, like some kind of like diabetes bracelet or something. I don't know.
Either a large St. Christopher or something hanging there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or dog tag,
I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing about clothes, how they cover the body and how they really just trick the eye into thinking, if the clothes are loose enough, they can really trick the eye into thinking there's nothing there at all.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that's what I do. I mean, I'm a big old boy, but I carry a full size 45. And I either carry in a leather holster on the outside with a shirt. I leave my shirt untucked, over it. I tell you, 9 times out of 10, nobody even knows it's there because they're not really looking for it.
Yeah, I think if your shirt is loose enough and you're not just like being conspicuous, whatever it is you're doing, you're just like acting normal. Like, and I've also noticed this as well. Like, if you're conscious of your firearm, then there's a greater chance that other people are going to be conscious of it. So if it's comfortable to you, then you're just going to act like normal, and you're not going to worry, always be fidgeting with your shirt or anything like that. So it's and it's not something that happens overnight, from what I've discovered. It's something that you've got to really work at.
Oh yeah.
And really just go through the motions and put in the hours with.
Oh yeah. It took me a few months, a long time. Well, I've only been carrying. I actually got my first permit, about 6 months ago. But it's taken about that long. It's only in the last month or so that, as I said, I'm wearing it and people don't even notice. And also, I carry it around the house too. I do that to help me get used to it. Plus, where I live, nobody's going to bust into my house, I don't think. But if they do, I don't want to say, hang on a minute, let me go to my safe and get my gun. You know what I'm saying? I got it on me. That's why I got concealed carry for.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to be. We live in such a great country. We have enumerated the right to be able to defend ourselves and protect ourselves with arms that we deem necessary. It's really a beautiful thing.
It is.
And,
Hey, and I don't know if you've heard my talk about it before. I mean, I've only got into firearms in the. Well, I'm 60 now, right? And I've only got into them in the last year and a half. And I didn't realize. I mean, I lived in Europe for 30 odd years, and you don't realize how that freedom is missing until I moved back here to the States. When I left here, I was a young teenager. I was about 13, 14, I think. You know? So you don't realize the freedom you're missing. And even when I first got here, I didn't think about it, but, you know, it is. It's a great freedom to have. To be able to protect yourself.
yeah, I mean, I completely understand where you're coming from. The first half of my life, I really had no education and no experience, no understanding of our rights and our abilities to keep and bear arms. And you know, I was able to buy some firearms, but I never really understood them. Not until a few years back, when shit started going sideways with our gun laws and our gun rights and the frenzy of gun control. And I got onto YouTube and I just started watching videos, and like, my God, there's people out there, you know, mostly it seemed in the South, that they just shoot guns every day, and it's just part of their life, and they have reasons for it. And there's, you know, this whole community on YouTube that carries guns, and it's okay to carry a gun, and it's completely acceptable. And guess what? There's a whole bunch of laws. You know, there's this whole thing of legal aspect that I never understood. That's so diverse and intricate and constantly evolving, that I just got into and learned about and studied and you know, continuing to understand. But where I had a point to this thing, this rant I was going on, but yeah, at the same time, like it's, even though it's a great thing that we have, like, there's still like a void. You know, there's not, you know, not necessarily needing to carry a gun all the time, but being willing to use a gun when need be, and finding that balance of like having it available and accessible and secure, and also like being able to just leave it behind and being completely comfortable with being, you know, unarmed, or maybe, you know, with a knife or pepper spray. And being able, for me, you know, right now, being able to transition back and forth as I go from state to state from those situations, and being comfortable like not having a gun. And so it's just kind of like evolved me into this person who realizes that he doesn't need a gun, but when he has one, it is comforting. And I feel like, and I hate to say this, but I do feel like emboldened as a gun owner and as a Second Amendment advocate. Like, I am pretty much going to be in the right in all the decisions that I make because I know all the laws, because I understand the ramifications, because I do the right thing
Oh yeah.
and I'm on the side of good, not evil. Like when I see some bad shit going down, like I take a stand and I rely on emergency services and 911 as a primary resource, and that's where I take my stand. And if people don't respect that, then then there is the Second Amendment. But like just tonight, like I saw some shit going down I was not comfortable with, and I identified the suspects right away. They were the usual suspects, and I let them know, I'm going to have 911 here unless you change the situation. There's going to be cops here, and they understood. They know me, that this was not just an idle threat, and they changed the situation, and it was all good. But again, like I'm not so sure I would have had the confidence to go out there and let them know that I was going to call the police.
Yeah.
Unless I was a fervent supporter of the Second Amendment, and also, have a solid system in place to document and defend my property. But yeah, I'd much rather have emergency services and 911 or the police deal with the troubled people in the world, because it's not my job. It'll never be my job. My job is basically let those people know they're on thin ice, and it's only going to crack the longer they stand on it. So.
Oh yeah.
And I'm a strong guy. I'll do that without having a gun on me. I'll go out there and just let them know you're not welcome here. And I'll be within my legal right, 100% within my legal right. Before I address somebody in public. But yeah, so it's all about being on the side of good, really. I mean, that's just what Donald Trump said about those terrorist attacks. He's like, they're just evil losers, and it couldn't be more from the truth than just pure honesty. And I love that about him.
Oh yeah.
Just fucking evil losers. They're nothing more.
Yeah, a friend of mine, he's an anti-gunner, but I've known him for years, so I tolerate him. But I mean, sometimes he goes to me, he says, "Yeah, you just carry it to make you feel big." I said, "No, not really." I said, I'd rather call 911 before I even got into a conversation where I would have to pull this thing. I said, but while I'm waiting for the police and he makes a move, I said, I ain't going to stand there and let him beat the shit out of me and try to, and kill me. It's a different story if it's going to be like just a. That's what I was trying to say, because I had to have, going back to my Rhode Island permit, I was interviewed by the police too, and they would say, what would you do in this kind of situation? If somebody took a swing at me, out of the blue, caught me blindsided, and smacked me on the jaw, I wouldn't get up and shoot the son of a bitch. But if he came at me trying to kill me after that, then it's a different story. I take it very seriously. It's not going to be, people think it's going to be a bloodbath out there. No, because I don't want to spend time, I don't want to go to jail for murder. I know what the laws are, what my rights are. And I can't bait you. And, it ain't the old West out there. I can't bait you to go for your gun. Oh, look, I shot him in self-defense. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, and the thing about calling the police, unless you actually call 911, you're not going to get an immediate response. And so there's that fine line, right, where you can call up the non-emergency line as many times as you want whenever you see something unlawful. It's not an emergency, and they'll respond maybe the next day or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not something you can actually threaten somebody with. I'm going to call non-emergency. You know, and that's what it is. When you call 911 on somebody doing something illegal, you're threatening their activity. And so I like to just, if I'm going to go to that length, if I see something really fucked up, that I know they can change their behavior and change the situation, I'd like to go out there and threaten them verbally that I will call 911 and I will get this fucking fixed if you don't fix it yourself. And it's a threat, it's a warning, it's putting them on notice. They have to respond because they know they're in the wrong. I know they're in the wrong, and I'm not going to settle for it. And so they change their behavior, and the next time they know, you know what? Last time I almost went to jail. So this time hopefully I've learned a little bit, and I'm not going to bother that guy with my trouble. And it's just that's how you communicate with people who aren't altogether there or law-abiding citizens. You have to communicate to them directly with the threat of jail, the threat of arrest, whatever it is that they're familiar with. Because you can't threaten them with violence. I mean, that's senseless.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's part of their life. That's everyday living for them, violent.
Well, may or may not be, but it's not healthy to threaten people with violence.
Oh no.
But yeah, I mean, that's where I go. I go to the law, and then if there's retaliation, I'm prepared, and I'm comfortable with that because I'm trained and armed, and I'm not worried about some thug. So I threaten them with the law, and then I'll deal with the ramifications one way or the other. But the law is pretty simple, right? I mean, there's thousands of laws out there, but there's some really basic ones that are obvious. They make them obvious to everyday, ordinary people. And if the people you have problems with can't follow those laws, then there's clearly some issues there. But yeah, I think maybe you want to consider moving out of Rhode Island and the Northeast, and maybe down south. It seems like there's a lot of cool southern states. Out west, there's a lot of great places in the West. But you don't have to have 7 CCW permits. Some of these states you don't even need one. Heck, you could move to Maine, and you don't even need a permit, right?
I know. Well, I mean, originally another reason why I got them all too. Besides, I thought it was pretty. I mean, a couple of reasons. Thought it'd be pretty cool to collect them. Second was, now that I'm, for lack of a better word, retired, or I'm on disability, but I can move around a little. I plan on going visiting places, so now I wanted to carry. I mean, because I have to walk with a cane now, and that's what really got me all into it to start with. Because I'm a big old boy. I used to be able to take care of myself, but I can't anymore. And it bothers me, and that's why I went to take lessons on, how to shoot, and some courses on, how to carry and all this kind of stuff. And the reason I got all these for I do have family sort of spread all over the United States, and I figured I'd go see them. You know, but I can carry through most of the states that I'm going to travel through. The ones I can't, I was just going to do. Hopefully, get away with the. What the hell is that law where you can have it broken down in a lockbox in your trunk? Until I just got through the state.
Yeah, transport.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm going to be making a trip to Indiana this summer. More likely in July. I got relatives that live in Indiana. So somebody in the chat said get an Indiana permit. It's good in Pennsylvania, so I might get one while I'm there. Huh?
Yeah, that's Pomade. He lives in Indiana, and that's yeah. I think Dana was looking at some of those states there near Illinois that have better gun laws, like Indiana and Kentucky and Tennessee, where I think he took a class. And yeah, I mean, I really do encourage people to get out of these states that are just completely oppressive, and just check out another state. Just live there for a while, do something different, see what the culture's like. You know, from my experience, it's just much better to be in a state where you can have a gun sitting on the passenger seat of your car and not have to worry like, oh my God, it's not locked and unloaded and out of reach. You know, it's like, it's just a gun. It's just sitting there. Or, you know, it's on my hip. Oh, but how did it get there? You know, it's like, wow, what a stretch to take it out of a locked box and put it on my hip. Has it made me a villain? No. No, actually, it's done just the opposite. It's made me a better citizen, more respectful, and more conscious. And because not only because it's you know, a responsibility, but also everybody else has this opportunity as well to have a gun on them, and therefore I need to be somewhat wary of other people. But you find that other people are just much more friendly and respectful as well. And it really is true. I do honestly believe that it really is true that firearms, what's the saying?
An armed society is a polite society. Yeah.
That's the one. That's the one. I honestly believe every ounce of that saying.
Oh yeah, I do too. I do too. That's what I was trying to tell my friend too. You know, I said actually I'm one of the most law-abiding person and polite person around nowadays. You know. But he said if somebody attacked you, you'd shoot them. I said, yeah. I said because it's you know. And actually, I was like here where I live in the town I live in Rhode Island. I went to the police website and I was reading something on there, and it actually says in this town there's 30,000 people, except during the summer months, starting Memorial Day, which is next weekend, from Memorial Day to Labor Day, that jumps up to 60 to 70,000 people because I'm right here on the water.
Yeah, sure, it doubles in the summertime.
Yeah, but during the normally 30,000, and even then it says it takes us 11 to 15 minutes to respond to a 911. You know, That's a long time. If it's if somebody's going down, violently, somebody's attacking somebody, or you know what I'm saying, or somebody shooting school or something.
They're talking minutes, and the type of situation you're talking about is seconds.
Yeah. And as they say, there might be times where you call them and there happens to be a policeman sitting right around the corner just by pure luck. And he can get here.
Well, it all depends, right? If it's a Saturday night,
yeah,
that's not going to happen. They're not going to be waiting for your call. But if it's a Monday or Tuesday night, then they may very well be right around the corner. And I've had that. I live in a large city of probably about 500,000 people at this point, and I've had shit go down when I called 911, and they were there within a minute. Like, it's pretty cool because like shit was going down in the street, and I'm not going out there and being the hero in the street, but they take care of it. And really, like, less than a handful of times I've had to call 911. Call the non-emergency number a lot of times, and it's good because they keep a record of things, and then, like, it's the problem-solving aspect of policing. But yeah, I mean, if there's some kind of like serious situation, some threat of my life, I'm not thinking of calling 911. I'm thinking of fight or flight. I'm thinking of survival. I'm thinking of, how to preserve myself. Like, calling someone else for help just doesn't even come into the equation. I would only call them after the situation, right?
I mean, I'm the same way. I mean, much as I would like to think I would, where you see somebody says, somebody or tries to do a home invasion, and you back up and you're in your bedroom, well, and you got your door barricaded, we'll call 911. Well, now I'll wait till after it's over, then I'll call them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way you and I think, but I think way too many people think they're going to be on the phone with 911 while the shit is going down. And I've taken a class, an advanced pistol class, where there was a kind of a surprise drill on the end of the second day, where we had a phone, and we had an intruder, and there was the police. The police were involved, and like all this stuff that like would never be part of a scenario in my life, but that was being forced on me as part of the drill. And just like I just almost refused to participate in the drill so much as I kept both hands on the gun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, there's just too much. If you've got a gun in your hand, there's too much going on to deal with a cell phone or an operator or information transferring, in my opinion. Like, I need to focus, because isn't that normally what happens when you get adrenaline rush like that? Is your focus, what they call it, tunnel vision, where you just see like a narrow cone in front of you, and you have auditory exclusion and that kind of thing. Like, I couldn't carry on a conversation with a 911 operator when I'm dealing with an intruder. I don't get that.
I don't either, but that's what they say you should do. Well, anyway, it's 1:30 here, so I'm going to bed.
Good talking with you, Rick.
You too. I'll catch you again.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah.
You there, Scotty?
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
You going on a road trip?
Not sure exactly what I'm doing.
You going on a?
Don't have
You going? What?
I don't have any trips, planned or written in stone or anything. No.
I thought you were talking about taking a trip up to the mountains or something like that.
Been playing with the idea.
Oh, so you don't get out of the city much?
Not as much as I'd like to.
That's a shame. Yeah, I just took a couple days off last weekend and did some camping. And man, I'll tell you one thing. I fucking found the middle of nowhere. I got so fucking far away from people. There was nothing but animals, like other animals, and wide open space. And it was amazing. I mean, I've been to a lot of places and I've done a lot of things and camped in a lot of places in the middle of nowhere, but this was really something else. There was a small herd of antelope I saw in passing, and there was a golden eagle. It was like perched in this little shrub, this little bush right by the road, and he just watched me as I drove by. I watched him and he watched me, and it's like, fuck, there was a golden eagle sitting there in a bush. And then I saw a herd or a pack of wild horses, Mustangs, 7 of them. As the sun was setting, they came galloping up to about 100 yards from my campsite and stopped and looked at me and engaged in some horseplay, and then galloped off across the valley. And I was just like, unbelievable, unfriggin' real. I was the only one.
Something you see every day.
I've never seen, I mean, I've seen wild horses, hanging out by the side of the road or by one of the shooting ranges I go to, but never just in the middle of nowhere. Like, I couldn't even see them from where they came from. And when I first saw the first one, I didn't know what it was. I thought it was like a Sasquatch or something. It was so far. Like, if you're in the desert and you can look for like a quarter mile and see stuff. And like, it was seriously freaked me out. Like, I didn't know what the fuck was coming at me. I was like, that's got to be a horse, and like coming out of the horizon. And sure enough, it was like this lone vanguard horse that was just like blazing the trail. And he got to about 100 yards from my campsite, stopped and turned around and let out this Nelly, like, it's like so freaking loud and just distinctive. Like, wow, he was just talking to the other 6 horses who were, lagging behind, and all of a sudden they just jumped into a gallop and headed straight towards him and like met up with him, and like right there, they all looked at me. They were like, "Who's this dude? Who's this dude who's hanging out in our valley?" And my God, what a life they live, just roaming around, playing about. And I mean, I'm sure they endure famine and hardship, and it's cold and hot and whatever. But I've never seen such happy animals in my life. Yeah, and there's lots of little birds everywhere, and lots of wildflowers. There weren't as many as I thought there'd be. I actually had to go climb up canyon for about 1,000 feet.
Well, I've heard there's been a lot of them blooming out in the desert. First time in many years. Did you cut out, or was that me? Testing. You there? Clay, not sure if you can hear me or not, but I can't hear you.
It's up to a ship. Is there really no way to boost the signal?
Another dead night, I think.
Huh?
Another dead night.
Tonight it is for some reason, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's getting very late now. I can barely hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Testing. How about now?
No, weird. Let me go see if I can adjust the volume or something. Oh, I guess I can't.
Probably because I'm on my headphones.
But yeah, even the text chat is dead tonight. No, not even you're muted, so I'm not hearing anything. Nobody even out there. Maybe the shit's not working. Let me go refresh it. No, it's working.
Yeah, I just refreshed. I saw that there's like what, 6 of us.
Huh?
I said there's what, 6 of us in text.
Yeah.
Yeah, I decided to go ahead and keep that small knife instead of going with the larger one.
Oh, instead of calling him back?
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get that one, and if it's a pretty good job on it, then I'm just going to go ahead and order the larger one. I have 2 of them.
Or no? How long does it take them to make that shit? Did you say 10 days yesterday?
Yeah, 10 days. This should be in the mail by the end of the week.
That's made in the USA, I'm guessing.
Yep, made in Oregon.
Went over to help a guy work on a computer, and then I think I found a new lead for getting the card. Another place that makes cards in the USA, they say. So I feel like get the cards made in the USA at less quantity than the bicycle place ones.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm digging that. It's a little bit more, but I hope it's not deceptive when it's like 50 cents difference and shit.
Check, see who makes these 1 cards. I had them in my truck, and
What?
these zombie cards.
What are those?
Oh, they're bicycle.
Bicycle?
I was wondering who made them.
Well, you can
I'd
pay
like-
bicycle a certain amount, and then you can put bicycle on the front. It costs a little bit more, but basically they just get paid. You can put bicycle in the front because they know that helps you sell cards. I think they got to approve it also, but well, I didn't even consider it really. I could have done it with the AK cards though. They might not have done it because of the guns.
The United States Playing Card Company.
Yep. Well, that's bicycle.
Okay. Back in 2012, I've had them sitting in the in a little compartment of the truck for what, 5 years now.
They're just regular playing cards. They just have different art on them for zombies.
Yeah, they've got zombies. I don't know if you can see the king.
No.
The king,
Well,
the
before I
king's a
could.
zombie.
No, not really.
Yeah, they're all zombies.
Well, the other one's focused before, but
There we go.
oh, okay. Well, this is another dead night.
Yep.
I think I got it running a little smoother now. They did another update tonight, and then I don't know when they're going to quit doing fucking updates, but the fact that, you know, they came out with a major update a while back now, and then they've been doing little updates ever since. That's an indication that everybody's been having trouble probably. And then hopefully some of these little ones will get rid of some of the last glitches. Let me see if I can delete my fucking updates yet. No, not yet. So there's been little glitches, but hopefully once those are gone, people will start hanging out again.
Yeah, I know I still can't post on the main page yet.
You can't even post at all?
Yeah, every time I try to click on it, it redirects you to the lobby.
Well, that's weird as shit. So that's got to be your cache. You've cleared your cache and it didn't change nothing?
Yeah.
And you go into a different browser and it still does the same thing?
Yep.
There's not a way to write a website to do that. So that's got to be something weird. So, I mean, it doesn't happen on multiple computers for you.
I haven't checked the laptop yet.
I mean, it really can't happen on multiple computers. I really don't even know that, like I say, that's not something that can be done. So that's like an echo or a bounce or some weird thing that's glitched in there. Yeah, I notice I can't click like on nothing on the front page, but then if I go to my phone, no problem at all. I go to another browser, no problem. So I don't know what to tell them. They want specifics to be able to address anything, obviously. So a couple of people have sent me in messages and stuff to the email. But every time I tell them it doesn't, they can't recreate it. So I don't know what to do. At some point, it's chasing ghosts or chasing just bad structure, like there's something wrong. If you can't just narrow down a problem where there's a problem and figure it out, see it, and then get rid of the problem and it works again, then there's something wrong with the system. Which sucks. That means I got to start looking for something big to replace it with, and that's not going to be easy or cheap or possible. Maybe there's a lot of stuff over here, but it's getting unreasonable, I think, at some point here. I mean, if it's going to be so difficult to work with that people don't even show up, then obviously they're not going to pay either, and then the place doesn't exist. So we gotta figure out when to start fixing it already.
Can you still hear me?
Now I can hear you. Well, at least that's the only thing I heard when you said, "Can you hear me?"
Okay. I was just making sure. I back inside now, and it's kind of hard to get reception in here.
Oh.
I set my phone down in an area that a lot of time gets halfway decent reception. That's one nice thing about having the wireless headphones. I can set my phone down and walk away from it.
I guess that's a good thing. I'd be afraid of losing my phone or forgetting my phone somewhere.
Yeah. Well, the headphones have a range on it, so if I walk away too far, it sits there and vibrates and tells me that I'm out of range. That way I can never walk too far away from it. The only thing is I can't mute it because the mute's on the phone. I have a feeling they're going to want me to work tonight, too. Yeah, I was gonna call and change those knives, and I got to thinking, I was like, well, that one only cost me, $10 plus shipping. I was like, I'll go ahead and keep that one, and if I like it, if the laser engraving turns out okay and everything else, I was like, well, shoot, then I'll just order the larger one with the Tanto blade.
I've done just about everything I can do tonight. I think I'm going to go to bed.
Okay, man.
All right, thanks for having the room, though. And we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yep, I'll see you tonight.
Right.
Yep, later.